Welcome to What If Sleep Storian. Soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more Nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The last of winter's light clings to the granite walls of Yosemite Valley like honey dripping from a spoon, reluctant to let go of the day. Snow rests heavy on the shoulders of ancient pines, each branch drooping under its crystalline burden with the patience of old monks in prayer. The air carries the sharp bite of mountain cold, clean and thin, threading through the valley with whispers of storms yet to come. Here, in this cathedral of stone and sky, time moves differently, measured not in minutes, but in the slow dance of shadows across granite faces that have stood sentinel for millions of years. At the Yosemite Lodge, smoke rises from the great stone chimney in a lazy spiral, grey against the deepening purple sky. The building itself seems to have grown from the very granite it sits upon, its rough-hewn logs and river rock foundation blending into the landscape as naturally as the trees themselves. Windows glow amber from within, casting rectangles of warmth onto the snow-covered ground where deer tracks crisscross in delicate patterns, telling stories of midnight wanderings and the ancient choreography of survival. This lodge has stood here since 1915, weathering countless winters with the stoic endurance that mountain buildings must possess. Built from local materials by craftsmen who understood that structures in sacred places must whisper rather than shout. It rises from the valley floor like a natural formation. The original architects, influenced by the arts and crafts movement that swept America in the early 20th century, believed that buildings should harmonize with their environment rather than dominate it. Every timber, every stone tells the story of this philosophy, a structure that serves as a bridge between the civilized world and the untamed wilderness beyond its walls. Inside, the massive stone fireplace dominates the great room like a benevolent giant. Flames dance within its hearth, casting shifting shadows on walls adorned with photographs of the valley's earliest explorers, men and women who first gazed upon these granite cathedrals and felt their souls expand. Here hangs a sepia-toned image of John Muir himself, his wild hair and wilder eyes capturing the essence of a man who could find scripture written in stone and sermons delivered by waterfalls. Beside it, photographs of the Buffalo soldiers who protected this park in its early years, their proud faces testimony to dedication that transcended the prejudices of their era. The fire crackles with a voice of burning pine and oak, each pop and hiss a small celebration of warmth against winter's siege. The wood comes from trees that fell naturally in the valley. The Park Service's careful stewardship ensures that even the fuel for these fires serves a greater purpose. Pine sap bubbles and ignites in tiny fireworks, releasing the concentrated essence of summer sunshine stored within the wood's grain. Oak burns slower, steadier, its dense fibres surrendering their energy in measured doses that will keep the coals glowing deep into the night. Margaret Chen pulls her wool sweater closer as she settles into one of the leather armchairs arranged in a semicircle around the fireplace. The chair embraces her like an old friend, its leather soft and supple from decades of use, shaped by countless other visitors who have sought refuge in this same spot. She's been coming to Yosemite for 3 winters now, drawn by something she can't quite name. Perhaps the way silence here feels alive, or how the mountains make her feel both impossibly small and infinitely significant. As the head librarian at the Mission District branch in San Francisco, Margaret spends her days surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of humanity, helping visitors navigate the labyrinth of human knowledge. She's always found comfort in stories, in their ability to bridge the gap between one human heart and another, to make sense of experiences that seem too large or too strange for one person to hold alone. But here in Yosemite, she feels like she's stepped inside a story rather than merely cataloguing one, as though the valley itself is a vast library where the books are written in granite and pine, snow and starlight. Tonight she notices something different about the other guests gathering near the fire. There's an anticipation in the air, subtle as the scent of pine sap warming in the flames, but unmistakable to someone who has spent her life reading the subtle currents that flow between people in shared spaces. It reminds her of the moments in her library when strangers find themselves drawn to the same quiet corner during a thunderstorm, how they begin to glance at each other with the recognition that they are all refugees from the same weather. An elderly man with silver hair and kind eyes takes the chair beside her, moving with the careful grace of someone who has learned to be gentle with his own bones. His name is Thomas, she overhears him telling another guest, and his voice carries the soft authority of someone who has spent decades teaching children to love learning. There's something in the way he arranges himself in the chair, the deliberate way he places his hands on the armrests, that speaks of a lifetime spent creating calm spaces where knowledge can flow freely. His fingers are stained with ink, not the temporary marks of someone who occasionally writes, but the permanent shadows that come from a lifetime of marking papers, taking notes, guiding young minds through the mysteries of language and literature. Across from them, a young couple shares a love seat, their fingers intertwined as they gaze into the fire with the contentment of people who have found their place in the world. Sarah and David Margaret learn from their soft conversation, artists from Portland who have come to Yosemite seeking inspiration. Sarah's eyes move constantly, cataloguing details with the hunger of someone who translates the world into visual language, while David's attention focuses more on the interplay of light and shadow, the way the fire's glow transforms every surface it touches. They wear the comfortable clothes of people who spend time outdoors, wool and fleece, and well-worn boots that speak of many miles walked in pursuit of beauty. An older woman named Elena joins their circle, carrying a steaming mug of cocoa that fills the air with the rich scent of chocolate and cinnamon. Camera straps cross her shoulders like the insignia of her calling, and her hands bear the calluses that come from years of gripping metal and glass in service of capturing light. She moves with the confident efficiency of someone accustomed to working in challenging conditions, settling into her chair with the comfortable authority of a frequent visitor. Her eyes hold the particular quality that comes from spending years looking at the world through viewfinders, a focused intensity that misses nothing, combined with the patience to wait for exactly the right moment to reveal itself. A man named Robert sits slightly apart from the main circle, his hands busy with a small piece of wood and a carving knife. His movements are precise and economical, the result of decades spent working with tools that demand respect. Wood shavings curl away from his blade in perfect spirals, each cut deliberate and sure. There's something meditative about his work, a rhythm that harmonizes with the fire's crackling and the wind's gentle murmur outside the windows. He's a carpenter by trade, Margaret realizes, watching the way his hands know exactly where to find the grain hidden within the wood, how to follow its natural inclinations rather than fight them. But it's the figure in the corner chair that draws Margaret's attention most persistently, a person whose presence seems to bend the very air around them. They sit slightly apart from the others, wrapped in a dark coat despite the fire's warmth, their face hidden in shadow cast by the chair's high back. Something about their stillness reminds Margaret of the moments just before dawn, when the world holds its breath in anticipation of the light. When the boundary between night and day becomes a living thing, neither one nor the other, but something entirely distinct. The mysterious figure's hands rest motionless on the arms of their chair, but Margaret notices that these hands seem oddly pale in the firelight, as though they have never known sunlight. Their fingers are long and delicate, moving with an odd deliberate grace when they occasionally shift position. There's something about the way they hold themselves that suggests they are accustomed to being watched but equally comfortable with being invisible, as though they exist in some space between observation and obscurity. The lodge's evening ritual begins as it has for decades, with guests naturally gravitating toward the great room after dinner, drawn by the fire's magnetic warmth and the promise of shared stories. This gathering is as much a part of Yosemite's rhythm as the seasonal migration of deer or the annual cycle of snow and thaw. The lodge staff, understanding the sacred nature of this nightly communion, move quietly through the space, tending to small needs without disrupting the organic flow of connection that emerges around the fireplace. Outside, the wind picks up, singing through the valley's granite spires with voices older than human memory. The sound carries hints of the vast wilderness that surrounds this small island of warmth and light, miles of snow-covered forest, where ancient trees stand in silent contemplation, where streams run hidden beneath ice, where the night sky opens like a vast cathedral dome studded with stars so bright they seem close enough to pluck from the darkness. Snow begins to fall again, each flake catching the window light for an instant before melting into darkness, or joining the soft accumulation that continues to transform the landscape minute by minute. The snowflakes move with the chaotic beauty of a system too complex for human understanding, each one following its own path through the air while participating in the larger pattern that will, by morning, have rewritten the entire geography of the valley floor. Thomas clears his throat gently, the sound mixing with the fire's murmur like water joining a stream. "I've been coming here for 40 years, he says, his words measured and soft, carrying the weight of 4 decades of accumulated experience. "And I've never seen the valley more beautiful than it is tonight." The statement hangs in the warm air like an invitation, and Margaret finds herself leaning forward, sensing that this evening will unfold like a carefully pressed flower, revealing its secrets one petal at a time. The mysterious figure in the corner shifts slightly, their coat rustling like autumn leaves disturbed by an unfelt breeze, and Margaret catches a glimpse of hands that seem too pale in the firelight, fingers that move with an odd, deliberate grace as they adjust their position. She wonders what brings someone to seek solitude even within a gathering. What stories hide behind that careful distance? There's something about their presence that reminds her of certain books in her library, volumes that seem ordinary from the outside but contain worlds within worlds, stories that change meaning each time they're read. As if sensing her curiosity, the figure turns slightly, and Margaret catches the briefest glimpse of eyes that reflect the firelight with an intensity that makes her breath catch. There's something ancient in that gaze, something that speaks of winters beyond counting, and secrets held close to the heart like preserved flowers. The eyes hold a quality she has seen before in the faces of very old photographs, as though they have witnessed things that exist now only in memory, as though they carry the weight of stories that must be preserved but cannot be easily told. Then the moment passes, and the figure returns to their contemplation of the flames, leaving Margaret with the unsettling but not unpleasant feeling that she has glimpsed something not quite meant for ordinary eyes. The sensation reminds her of moments in her library when she discovers marginalia in old books, previous readers' thoughts and reactions preserved in fading ink, creating conversations across time between strangers who will never meet but whose minds have touched the same words, been moved by the same passages. The fire pops loudly, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney like tiny messengers carrying wishes to the stars, and the spell of that moment breaks. Conversation begins to flow around the circle like a gentle stream finding its course. Stories of the day's adventures shared in hushed tones that respect the evening's peace and the sacred quality that seems to gather around fires on winter nights in wild places. Someone mentions the ice formations they discovered near Bridal Veil Fall, crystals that caught the afternoon sun like captured rainbows, each one a temporary sculpture that would last only until the next warm day, or strong wind transformed it into something entirely new. Another speaks of the silence they found on the snow-covered valley floor, a quiet so complete it seemed to have weight and substance, as though silence itself were a living presence that could be touched and held and treasured. Margaret finds herself drawn into the rhythm of shared experience, the way strangers become temporary family around a fire on a winter's night. She thinks about the countless other evenings like this one that have unfolded in this same room, around this same fire, binding together visitors from around the world with the simple magic of warmth and story and shared wonder at the world's beauty. Each gathering leaves its invisible mark on the place, adding to the accumulated atmosphere of connection that makes the lodge feel less like a building and more like a living repository of human experience. But her attention keeps drifting to the mysterious figure, who listens to each story with an intensity that suggests they are collecting these moments like precious stones, storing them away for some purpose she cannot fathom. Their head tilts slightly with each new voice, and Margaret notices that their breathing seems to synchronize with the rhythm of the storytelling, as though they are absorbing not just the words but something deeper, the emotion beneath the language, the connection between the teller and their tale. As the evening deepens and the fire settles into glowing coals that pulse like a sleeping heart, Margaret realizes that something is about to begin. Not just another night of stories around the fire, but something that will transform this gathering of strangers into witnesses to a mystery that has been waiting, patient as the granite walls themselves, for exactly the right moment to reveal itself. The feeling grows stronger as she watches the mysterious figure, whose attention seems to intensify with each story shared, whose presence brings with it the sense that this evening will be remembered long after the fire has burned to ash and the snow has melted into spring. The wind outside grows stronger, and with it comes a sound that makes everyone pause, a distant howling that might be wolves, or might be something else entirely, something that belongs to the wild spaces where human understanding grows thin, and the boundaries between the known and unknown become permeable as morning mist. The mysterious figure straightens in their chair, and Margaret notices that their breathing has changed, becoming deeper and more deliberate, as though they are preparing for something that the rest of them cannot yet see. In the growing quiet that follows the wind's call, Margaret feels the weight of anticipation settling over the group, like snow accumulating on pine boughs, invisible at first, then suddenly substantial enough to transform the entire landscape of the evening. She looks around at her fellow guests and sees in their faces the same recognition she feels in her own heart. They have become part of something larger than a simple gathering around a fire, something that connects this moment to all the other winter nights, in all the other sacred places where humans have gathered to share stories and seek warmth against the vast mysteries of the world. The flames settle into a steady dance, their light painting the circle of faces in warm gold and deep shadow, transforming each person into something more essential than their daylight selves. Margaret watches as the fire's glow strips away the small pretenses that people carry in the ordinary world, the careful masks of profession and status and social expectation. Here, in this circle of warmth, surrounded by winter darkness, they become simply human beings drawn together by the ancient magnetism of shared fire and the even more ancient need to transform experience into story. There's something about winter evenings in wild places that opens doors in the human heart, doors that remain locked tight in the fluorescent lit world of cities and schedules and endless urgent tasks. The cold outside makes the warmth within precious, and the vast darkness beyond the windows reminds them all how small and fragile human civilization really is, how much they depend on each other for more than just physical survival. Stories become bridges in such moments, connecting one island of consciousness to another across the mysterious waters of individual experience. Thomas speaks first, his teacher's voice finding its natural rhythm like water finding its course down a mountainside. The years of standing before classrooms have given him an instinctive understanding of how to share knowledge without overwhelming, how to invite listeners into a story rather than simply telling them what happened. "I brought my students here every spring for 25 years, he says, gesturing toward a faded photograph on the mantel, showing a group of young faces squinting in bright sunlight, their expressions carrying that particular mixture of wonder and exhaustion that comes from encountering something larger than they had imagined possible. His words carry the weight of deep winter silence, the kind that settles over the valley when snow muffles every sound except the whisper of wind through pine needles and the distant crack of ice adjusting to temperature's demands. That morning, I walked out before dawn and found myself standing in Cathedral Meadow, surrounded by peaks that seemed to glow from within. The silence was so complete I could hear my own heartbeat, and for the first time in my life I felt truly heard, not by another person, but by the mountains themselves. Thomas pauses, his eyes reflecting the firelight as his memory travels back to that transformative moment. John Muir wrote about experiences like that, calling them range of light moments when the mountains seem to become transparent, revealing something eternal beneath their granite surfaces. I always thought he was being poetic, using metaphor to describe something that couldn't be put into ordinary words. But standing there in that pre-dawn light, watching Half Dome and El Capitan emerge from shadow-like thoughts becoming visible, I understood that he was being absolutely literal. The mountains do glow from within, if you're quiet enough and still enough to see it. The mysterious figure in the corner chair leans forward almost imperceptibly when Thomas mentions Muir, their breathing becoming deeper and more deliberate as though they are absorbing not just the words but something beneath them. The emotion, the transformation, the precise quality of wonder that changes a person from tourist into pilgrim. Margaret notices how their hands rest differently on the chair arms now, fingers spread as though they are feeling for vibrations in the wood itself. The young couple, Sarah and David, nod in recognition of Thomas's experience, their artist's sensibilities attuned to moments when the ordinary world reveals its hidden dimensions. Sarah's voice joins the conversation like a creek finding its course, clear and flowing with the natural rhythm of someone accustomed to translating inner vision into shared language. We felt something similar today on the Valley Loop Trail. Everything was so quiet under the snow, like the whole world was holding its breath. David pointed out how the oak trees look like they're dancing even when they're completely still, their branches creating these perfect sculptures against the snow. She pauses to trace patterns in the air with her hands, her movements echoing the graceful curves she discovered in the winter landscape. There's something about snow that simplifies everything, strips away all the details that distract from the essential forms. The way it accumulates on branches follows mathematical patterns, fractals and spirals that repeat at every scale from the tiniest twig to the largest limb. It's like nature is constantly creating art according to principles we're only beginning to understand. David's smile catches the firelight as he adds, Sarah has this way of seeing art everywhere. She made me stop at least 6 times to look at ice formations that I would have walked right past. She's right, though. There's something about winter here that makes you notice the smaller miracles. The way icicles form perfect crystals, how animal tracks tell stories across the meadows. Each print in the snow is like a brushstroke in a painting that's constantly being created and erased and created again. His words reveal the particular kind of attention that comes from years of collaboration. The way couples who share creative work develop a shared vocabulary that encompasses both their individual visions and the larger pattern they create together. We've been coming to national parks for 3 years now, trying to capture something that we can take back to the city and share with people who might never have the chance to experience places like this. But every time we think we've figured out how to translate wilderness into art, the landscape shows us something we haven't seen before, something that makes us realise how much we still don't understand. Margaret finds herself sharing without quite meaning to, the words drawn out by the fire's hypnotic warmth and the growing sense of trust that develops around properly tended flames on winter nights. I'm a librarian back in San Francisco, she says, her voice softer than usual, carrying the particular intimacy that emerges when strangers discover they can be honest with each other. I spend my days surrounded by other people's stories, helping visitors find exactly the book that speaks to their hearts. There's a skill to it, reading the subtle clues in what people ask for, understanding what they really need rather than just what they think they want. She shifts in her chair, the leather creaking softly as she settles deeper into the embrace of warmth and story. But being here makes me feel like I'm living inside a story instead of just cataloguing them. Every path through the snow leads to something unexpected. A grove of trees twisted into cathedral shapes, or footprints that might belong to foxes or might belong to something more mysterious. The valley itself feels like a vast library, where the books are written in granite and pine, where each season turns the pages and reveals new chapters. The mysterious figure shifts again when Margaret mentions the footprints, and this time everyone notices the sound, a soft metallic chiming, like wind bells heard from a great distance, or silver jewellery moving against itself. The sound seems to hang in the air longer than it should, resonating with harmonics that make the fire flames dance in subtle patterns as though the sound itself has weight and substance. Eleanor, the photographer, looks up sharply at the sound, her trained eye automatically scanning for its source. Her photographer's instincts have given her an acute awareness of light and shadow, sound and movement. All the subtle changes that most people miss, but that can transform an ordinary moment into something extraordinary. "That's interesting," she says thoughtfully, her gaze lingering on the mysterious figure for a moment before returning to the group. Sound carries differently here in winter. The snow absorbs some frequencies while reflecting others, creating acoustic effects you don't hear anywhere else. She leans forward, warming to a subject that clearly fascinates her. "I've been photographing this valley for 15 years, but winter is when Yosemite reveals its deepest secrets. The snow strips away everything non-essential, leaving only the bones of the landscape, the true architecture of this place. You can see geological formations that are hidden by vegetation in other seasons, and understand how water has carved these granite walls over millions of years." Elena pauses to sip her cocoa, the steam rising from the mug creating momentary veils that catch and scatter the firelight. "Today I spent 4 hours waiting for the light to hit Half Dome just right. Most people would think that's patience bordering on obsession, but photographers know that the waiting is part of the gift. You become so still that the landscape forgets you're there, and that's when you see the real magic. The way shadows move across granite like slow rivers, how snow creates completely new topographies that exist for only a few hours before the wind reshapes them." Her words carry the authority of someone who has learned to read the subtle language that light speaks as it moves across stone and snow, who understands that patience is not passive waiting, but active attention. Ansel Adams spent decades photographing this valley, returning again and again to the same locations because he knew that no place is ever truly the same twice. Light changes, weather changes, but more than that, we change. Each visit reveals something that was always there but that we weren't ready to see before. The fire crackles in response, sending up a shower of orange sparks that disappear into the stone chimney, like tiny messengers carrying wishes to the stars. Outside, the wind carries the sound of snow sliding from pine boughs, each soft impact adding to the evening's quiet symphony. The lodge itself seems to breathe around them, timbers settling and expanding with soft groans that speak of decades of faithful service, of countless other evenings like this one when strangers became temporary family around the sacred circle of shared fire. Robert the carpenter looks up from the small piece of wood he's been carving throughout the evening. His movements have been so quiet and steady that the others have grown accustomed to the soft scraping of his knife, the gentle sound becoming part of the evening's rhythm like the fire's crackling or the wind's whisper outside the windows. "I'm a carpenter by trade," he says, his voice carrying the measured cadence of someone who works with his hands and understands the patience required to shape raw materials into something useful and beautiful. He holds up the small figure he's been creating, a perfect miniature of a sequoia, complete with the distinctive bark patterns that make each giant tree unique. The carving captures not just the form, but somehow the essence of those ancient beings, their patient endurance and quiet dignity rendered in wood with tools and skill. "Spent my whole life shaping wood, thinking I understood trees. But walking through the Mariposa Grove this morning, surrounded by giants that were already ancient when my great-grandfather was born, I realized I've been working with shadows of these trees my whole life. Every board, every beam, they're all echoes of forests like this one." His hands turn the small carving slowly, catching the firelight on the tiny ridges and valleys that mirror the bark of living giants. This little piece of pine fell from a tree that might be 100 years old. That makes it practically an infant compared to the giants in the grove. Some of those sequoias started growing when the Roman Empire was at its height, when the ancestors of the Awa-Nichi people first came to this valley. They've survived ice ages, droughts, fires, and everything humans have done to this landscape. Robert's words carry a reverence that comes from understanding the deep time that trees measure, the way they exist simultaneously in the present moment and across centuries of accumulated experience. It made me think about time differently, about how we're all just brief visitors in a story that started long before us and will continue long after we're gone, but also how everything we do, every choice we make becomes part of that larger story. The trees remember everything. They carry the scars of old fires, the marks of dry years and wet years, the evidence of every storm they've weathered. The mysterious figure has been listening to each story with increasing intensity, their posture changing subtly with each new voice. Margaret notices how they seem to lean into the words, as though they're drinking them in, storing them away like precious water collected in hidden pools. There's something about the way they hold themselves that suggests they are not just hearing the stories but receiving them, becoming a repository for these moments of human connection with the wild world. When Robert finishes speaking, the figure shifts again, and this time the metallic sound is more pronounced. Not jewellery or coins, but something else entirely. Something that seems to resonate with the very stones of the fireplace and the wooden beams overhead. The sound creates a moment of suspension, as though time itself has paused to listen. Margaret finds her attention drawn again to the figure's hands, which seem to glow with their own pale light in the fireplace's golden glow. The skin appears almost translucent, as though it has never known sunlight, and the fingers move with a precision that speaks of purposes beyond ordinary human activity. There's something hypnotic about the way those hands rest on the chair arms, completely still, yet somehow suggesting infinite potential for movement, like water in a mountain lake that appears motionless, but holds within itself the power of rivers and waterfalls. The wind outside picks up, and with it comes that distant howling again. Not quite wolf, not quite wind, but something that belongs to the spaces between the known and unknown. The mysterious figure straightens in their chair, and Margaret notices that their breathing has synchronized with the wind's rhythm, as though they are connected to something larger than the warm circle of the lodge's great room. Helena, her photographer's eye trained to notice details that others miss, leans forward slightly. "The light has been unusual today," she says thoughtfully, her gaze moving between the fire and the mysterious figure. "I've never seen shadows behave quite like they did this afternoon. They seem to have weight, substance, as though they were cast by things that weren't entirely visible." Her words create a subtle shift in the evening's atmosphere, as though she has acknowledged something that everyone has sensed but no one has been willing to name. The mysterious figure turns slightly at her words, and for a moment the firelight catches their face fully, revealing features that seem both ancient and ageless, familiar yet strange, as though they belong to someone from a dream half remembered upon waking. Thomas, drawing on his decades of experience reading the subtle currents that flow through groups of people, senses the growing anticipation that surrounds them like gathering snow clouds. "Stories have power," he says quietly, his teacher's instincts recognizing a moment when deeper truths are ready to emerge. They connect us to each other and to the places that shape us. Tonight feels like one of those evenings when the stories we share might become part of something larger, something that will outlast all of us. As if responding to his words, the fire suddenly flares brighter, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seem to move independently of the flames that create them. The mysterious figure's eyes reflect the increased light with an intensity that makes Margaret think of stars seen through crystal clear mountain air, brilliant and distant yet somehow close enough to touch. In the growing quiet that follows Thomas's words, each person in the circle feels the weight of possibility settling over them like snow accumulating on pine boughs, invisible at first, then are suddenly substantial enough to transform the entire landscape of the evening. They have become part of something that extends beyond their individual stories, beyond this single night, beyond even their understanding of what is possible when strangers gather around fires in sacred places and open their hearts to the mystery of connection. The fire has settled into deeper coals now, pulsing with the steady rhythm of a sleeping heart, casting longer shadows that seem to reach toward the mysterious figure in the corner chair. The warmth radiates outward in waves, creating layers of temperature that ripple through the room like invisible curtains, separating the intimate circle around the fireplace from the cooler spaces beyond. Outside, the snow continues its ancient work of transformation, each flake adding to the slow rewriting of the valley story that happens every winter, erasing the marks of summer and revealing the permanent architecture beneath. Margaret finds herself thinking about all the other winter evenings that have unfolded in this same room, around fires built from trees that fell decades ago, tended by hands that have long since returned to dust. The lodge holds these memories in its timbers and stones, in the smooth wear patterns on the floor where countless feet have walked, in the subtle depression in her chair's leather where thousands of other bodies have settled to share stories and seek warmth against the mountain cold. Thomas clears his throat softly, the sound carrying the particular authority that comes from a lifetime spent guiding young minds through the labyrinth of human knowledge. "There's something about this place that makes you think about time differently," he says, his words measured and thoughtful. "When I first brought my students here, I focused on the geological timeline, how these granite walls rose from molten rock millions of years ago, how glaciers carved the valley's distinctive U-shape, how waterfalls formed as hanging valleys were left suspended high above the main floor." He pauses, his eyes reflecting the firelight as his memory travels back across decades of spring field trips and eager young faces encountering wilderness for the first time. "But over the years, I began to realize that human time is just as important to understanding this place. The Ahwahnechee people lived in this valley for thousands of years before any European set foot here. They called it Ahwahnee, the place of the gaping mouth, and they understood its rhythms in ways that took our civilization centuries to even begin to appreciate." The mysterious figure shifts in their chair at the mention of the valley's original name, and Margaret notices that the metallic sound that accompanies their movement has grown more complex, more musical, as though whatever they carry or wear is responding to the stories being told around the fire. The sound reminds her of wind chimes made from materials she cannot identify, creating harmonies that seem to linger in the air longer than physics should allow. Margaret, drawing on her librarian's training and her love of historical research, adds her voice to Thomas's narrative thread. "I've spent hours in the archives at the California Historical Society, reading first-hand accounts of the early Euro-American encounters with this valley. The stories are fascinating and heartbreaking in equal measure. When the Mariposa Battalion first entered Yosemite in 1851, they were pursuing Ahwahnechee people who had been raiding settlements in the foothills, but those raids were desperate responses to the destruction of their traditional food sources by mining and cattle ranching." Her voice takes on the particular cadence that librarians develop when sharing knowledge that deserves careful attention, information that connects past and present in ways that illuminate both. The battalion's doctor, Lafayette Burnell, wrote about that first encounter with the valley from the ridge now called Old Inspiration Point. He described granite cliffs that seemed to rise from the earth like ancient cathedrals, waterfalls that appeared to fall from heaven itself. But he also wrote about the profound sadness in Chief Tenaya's eyes when the old man realized his people would never be able to return to their homeland. The fire crackles softly, sending up a spiral of sparks that dance upward like tiny spirits seeking release. And Margaret continues, her words carrying the weight of stories that demand to be remembered. "Tenaya was in his 70s when he was forced to leave Ahwahnee. He had been born in this valley, had learned its seasonal rhythms, had walked every trail and knew every hidden spring. When the soldiers asked him why his people resisted leaving, he said something that has stayed with me ever since I first read it. 'The spirits of my ancestors live in these granite walls. How can I leave them behind?'" The mysterious figure has grown completely still during Margaret's recounting. Their breathing so quiet it seems they might have stopped breathing entirely. Their pale hands rest motionless on the chair arms, but Margaret notices that their fingers have spread slightly, as though they are feeling for vibrations in the wood, listening for something that only they can hear. Thomas nods gravely at Margaret's words, his teacher's instincts recognizing the importance of connecting past and present, of helping people understand how history lives on in landscape. What many people don't realize is that the Ahwahnechee weren't just living in the valley, they were actively managing it. They used controlled burns to maintain the oak groves and meadows, to encourage the growth of plants they needed for food and medicine. The pristine wilderness that early white visitors thought they were discovering was actually a carefully tended landscape, shaped by thousands of years of indigenous knowledge. Eleanor, who has been listening with the intense attention of someone accustomed to finding the deeper stories hidden within surface appearances, leans forward in her chair. "That explains something I've always wondered about," she says thoughtfully. "When I look at Ansel Adams' photographs from the 1930s and 40s, the meadows and oak groves have a different character than they do today. They seem more open, more park-like. I always assumed it was just the way he composed his shots, but you're describing active landscape management that would have created exactly those conditions." She pauses, her photographer's mind working through the implications of this new understanding. "It makes me think about what we mean when we talk about natural landscapes. The valley that inspired John Muir and influenced the entire conservation movement was already shaped by human hands, just not the hands of the people who claim to be discovering it for the first time." David, the artist, adds his voice to the growing conversation, his painter's sensibility attuned to the way light and shadow, space and form create meaning beyond words. There's something about the proportions in this valley that feels deliberately composed, like a vast outdoor cathedral designed by someone who understood how space affects the human spirit. If the Ahwahneechee were actively shaping the landscape, it would explain that sense of intentionality, the way every view seems perfectly framed. Sarah nods in agreement, her sculptor's eye seeing patterns and relationships that reveal deeper truths about the valley's formation and use. Indigenous people around the world developed incredibly sophisticated relationships with their environments. They weren't just living in the landscape, they were in conversation with it, responding to its changes, helping to guide its evolution. What we call wilderness management today is often just rediscovering techniques that native people used for millennia. Robert, who has been quietly carving throughout the conversation, looks up from his work to add his craftsman's perspective to the discussion. Working with wood teaches you to listen to the material, to understand what it wants to become rather than imposing your will on it. It sounds like the Ahwahneechee had that same kind of relationship with the entire valley, not trying to dominate it, but learning to work with its natural tendencies to help it become its best version of itself. The mysterious figure finally speaks, and their voice carries qualities that make everyone in the circle fall silent with attention. It's not loud, but it seems to fill the room completely, resonating in the stone fireplace and the wooden beams overhead, creating harmonics that make the fire flames dance in subtle patterns. "The old stories remember," they say, each word carefully chosen and precisely delivered, carrying weight that seems disproportionate to its simplicity. "Tell us," Margaret says softly, surprising herself with her boldness, but feeling drawn by something in that voice that speaks of deep wells of knowledge, of stories that have been waiting for the right moment and the right listeners to emerge into the light. The figure turns slightly in their chair, and for the first time the firelight illuminates their face fully. Their features seem both ancient and ageless, carrying the particular quality that comes from having witnessed things that most people experience only in dreams or stories passed down through generations. Their eyes reflect the firelight with an intensity that makes Margaret think of stars seen through the crystal-clear air of high mountains, brilliant and distant, yet somehow close enough to touch. "This valley has always been sacred," the figure continues, their voice maintaining that strange resonance that seems to vibrate in the stones themselves. "Long before the Ahwahneechee made their homes here, long before glaciers carved these walls, this place served as a gathering point for spirits who watch over the wild spaces of the world. The granite holds memories that stretch back to when the mountains were young, when the first consciousness touched these peaks and recognized them as holy." Thomas leans forward, his scholar's instincts both skeptical and fascinated by these words that seem to come from sources beyond ordinary human knowledge. "Are you speaking metaphorically?" he asks carefully, "or are you describing something you believe to be literally true?" The mysterious figure's lips curve in what might be a smile, though the expression carries undertones of sadness that seem to echo across vast distances of time and space. The boundary between metaphor and literal truth becomes thin in places like this, where the veil between worlds grows gossamer fine. The Ahwahneechee understood this. They knew that certain places hold doorways, that some landscapes exist simultaneously in the visible world, and in realms that most humans glimpse only in dreams. Eleanor, her photographer's training having taught her to observe details that others might miss, notices that the shadows cast by the mysterious figure don't behave quite like normal shadows. They seem to have substance and weight, moving independently of the flames that supposedly create them, reaching toward the other people in the circle as though drawn by the stories they have been sharing. The spirits I spoke of, the figure continues, are not ghosts of the dead, but something older and more fundamental, consciousness that predates human civilization, awareness that flows through stone and water, wind and fire. The Ahwanichi called them the First Ones, the beings who taught the early people how to live in harmony with the valley's rhythms, how to read the language that mountains speak in avalanche and rockfall, storm and silence. Margaret feels a chill that has nothing to do with the winter cold outside, a recognition that she is hearing something that exists on the boundary between history and myth, between documented fact and the kinds of truths that can only be approached through story and symbol. "How do you know these things?" she asks, her librarian's training demanding sources and citations, even as her deeper intuition recognizes the ring of authentic knowledge in the figure's words. "I have been listening for a very long time," the figure replies, their voice carrying such profound weariness that Margaret suddenly understands she is speaking with someone or something far older than their appearance suggests. When the last of the Awanichi were driven from this valley, their stories didn't die with them. Stories have their own life, their own will to survive. They find new voices, new vessels to carry them forward through time. The fire suddenly flares higher, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seem to move independently of the flames that create them. And in those shadows, Margaret glimpses shapes that might be human figures, or might be tricks of light and imagination. Tall forms that seem to be watching the circle around the fire with ancient, patient eyes. Robert sets down his carving knife, his craftsman's hands steady despite the strangeness of the conversation developing around the fire. "Are you saying you're one of these carriers of stories?" he asks, his practical nature seeking concrete understanding of abstract concepts. The mysterious figure's gaze moves around the circle, touching each person's eyes for a moment before moving on, and Margaret feels that brief contact like a gentle electric current, a recognition that she is being seen and understood in ways that go beyond ordinary human interaction. "I am what remains when someone chooses to serve as a bridge between what was and what might be," the figure says. "There are others like me scattered throughout the sacred places of the world, guardians who preserve the stories that must not be lost, who wait for moments like this when the conditions are right for deeper truths to be shared." Sarah, her artist's sensitivity attuned to the symbolic and metaphorical dimensions of human experience, asks, "What kinds of stories do you preserve? What truths are you waiting to share?" The figure's expression grows more solemn, and when they speak, their voice carries the weight of countless winters, the accumulated sadness of watching beloved places and peoples fade from active memory into the realm of history and legend. Stories of how humans can live in true partnership with the wild world, how consciousness can expand beyond the boundaries of individual experience to encompass the larger intelligence that flows through all living systems. Stories of what this valley was like when the Ahwanishi tended its meadows and celebrated its seasons, when every rock and tree and stream held known names and remembered histories. Outside, the wind picks up, and with it comes that distant howling again. Not quite wolf, not quite wind, but something that speaks of vast spaces and ancient mysteries, of forces that move through the world without regard for human understanding or approval. The mysterious figure straightens at the sound, their breathing deepening as though they are drawing energy from the wild music that surrounds the lodge. But also stories of what could be, they continue, their voice gaining strength and resonance. Stories of humans who remember how to listen to the voices that speak in storm and stillness, who understand that true wisdom comes not from dominating the natural world, but from learning to participate consciously in its larger rhythms and purposes. Thomas, drawing on decades of experience helping young people navigate complex ideas, asks the question that Margaret can see forming in everyone's mind. Why are you telling us this? Why tonight? Why us? The mysterious figure's eyes reflect the firelight as they consider the question. And when they speak, their words carry the authority of someone who has spent lifetimes learning to read the subtle currents that connect all things. Because you have demonstrated something that has become rare in your time, the ability to sit quietly with mystery, to listen with your hearts as well as your minds, to recognize that some truths can only be approached through story and shared experience rather than analysis and explanation. The fire settles deeper into its bed of coals, pulsing with steady warmth that seems to synchronize with the heartbeats of everyone in the circle, and Margaret realizes that something fundamental has shifted in the evening's atmosphere. They are no longer simply strangers sharing stories around a fire. They have become witnesses to something larger, participants in a conversation that connects this moment to all the other winter nights when humans have gathered in sacred places to remember who they are and why they matter in the vast scheme of things. The mysterious figure's presence seems to expand in the growing quiet, as though the act of sharing these stories has awakened something that had been dormant, waiting for the right constellation of circumstances to manifest. Margaret looks around the circle at her fellow travellers and sees in their faces the same recognition she feels in her own heart. They have crossed a threshold, entered a space where the ordinary rules of reality become more flexible, where stories have the power to reshape not just understanding, but the very fabric of experience itself. The ancient grandfather clock in the corner of the great room chimes midnight with deep, resonant notes that seem to vibrate through the lodge's timber frame and stone foundation, each strike measured and solemn, as if marking not just the passage of hours, but the crossing of some invisible threshold between the everyday world and the realm of deeper mysteries. The sound hangs in the warm air long after the mechanism falls silent, creating a moment of suspension when everyone in the circle feels the weight of time itself, the way midnight transforms ordinary moments into something more significant, more charged with possibility. Outside, the storm has intensified beyond anything the weather reports had predicted, transforming from gentle snowfall into something wilder and more primal. The wind carries voices now, not human voices, but the ancient songs that mountains sing when winter claims them completely, melodies composed of ice crystals striking stone, of snow sliding from granite faces in whispered avalanches, of pine boughs bending under loads that test their centuries of patient strength. Through the lodge's thick windows, the world beyond has disappeared entirely, erased by curtains of white that seem to move with purposeful intelligence, as though the storm itself is conscious and intent on creating the perfect conditions for secrets to emerge from their hiding places. Margaret feels the isolation settling around them like another layer of warmth, a cocoon of snow and stone that separates this circle of firelight from everything else in the world. The sensation is both comforting and slightly unsettling, like being held in the palm of some vast benevolent hand that could protect or contain them, depending on its intentions. She thinks about the roads that led them all here, now buried under drifts that grow deeper with each passing hour, cutting their temporary community off from the ordinary concerns of the external world and creating the kind of forced intimacy that can either bind strangers together or reveal the fundamental incompatibilities that polite society usually allows people to conceal. The lodge staff, understanding the rhythms of mountain winters and the special needs of guests caught in unexpected storms, move through the space with quiet efficiency, bringing extra blankets and steaming mugs of hot chocolate that fill the air with the rich scents of cocoa and cinnamon, vanilla and cream. Their faces carry the particular calm that comes from years of experience with Sierra Nevada weather, the knowledge that even the most powerful storms eventually exhaust themselves, that warm buildings and adequate supplies can see almost anyone safely through even the most dramatic displays of nature's power. But there's something in their eyes when they glance toward the mysterious figure in the corner chair, a flicker of recognition, or perhaps uncertainty, as though they see something that their rational minds cannot quite categorize or explain. Margaret notices how they give that corner of the room a slightly wider berth than necessary, how their movements become more deliberate and careful when they approach that particular chair, as though they are navigating around an invisible presence that extends beyond the figure's physical form. The fire has burned down to a bed of deep red coals that pulse with their own internal rhythm, like the heart of the earth itself beating steadily beneath the lodge's stone foundation. The heat radiates outward in waves that seem to carry more than warmth, something that touches the deeper levels of consciousness where stories live and memories take root, where the boundary between individual experience and collective human knowledge becomes permeable as morning mist. Thomas, wrapped in one of the extra blankets the staff has provided, breaks the contemplative silence that has settled over the group since the mysterious figure's revelations about ancient stories and sacred guardianship. "I've been thinking about what you said," he addresses the figure directly, his teacher's training making him comfortable with asking questions that others might consider too direct or challenging. About stories having their own life, their own will to survive. In 40 years of teaching literature, I've seen how certain stories seem to choose their readers rather than the other way around. He pauses, sipping from his mug of cocoa while his mind works through complex thoughts about narrative and meaning, about the relationship between teller and tale that goes deeper than simple communication. Students would come to me looking for something specific, usually an easy A or help with college applications, but they'd leave carrying stories that would change their lives in ways they couldn't have anticipated. It was as though the stories themselves were waiting for exactly the right moment, the right receptive consciousness, to reveal their deeper purposes. The mysterious figure nods slowly, their pale hands wrapped around a mug that steams, despite the fact that Margaret has never seen them take a sip, never noticed them accepting a drink from the busy staff. Teachers understand this because they serve as intermediaries between knowledge and consciousness, between what has been learned and what needs to be understood. You recognize that true education is not about transferring information, but about creating conditions where transformation can occur. Their voice carries that same strange resonance that seems to vibrate in the lodge's very structure, making the fire coals pulse brighter for a moment, as though responding to frequencies beyond normal human hearing. The stories I preserve work in similar ways. They wait, sometimes for decades or centuries, until the right constellation of circumstances brings them together, with minds and hearts capable of receiving their full meaning. Margaret finds herself speaking before she consciously decides to share something so personal, the words drawn out by the evening's growing atmosphere of trust and the strange safety that isolation can create. "I came to Yosemite for the first time 3 years ago," she says, her voice softer than usual, carrying the particular vulnerability that comes when someone decides to trust strangers with truths they've been holding close to their hearts. "I was dealing with my father's death, not the practical aspects, but the emotional landscape that opens up when someone who's been central to your life for decades suddenly isn't there anymore." She pauses, looking into the fire's glowing heart as though it might hold answers to questions she hasn't learned how to ask. "He was the one who first taught me to love books, to understand that stories could be doorways into other ways of seeing and being. When he died, I felt like I had lost my guide to that territory, like the maps he had given me were written in a language I was suddenly forgetting how to read." The mysterious figure leans forward slightly, their attention focusing on Margaret with an intensity that makes her feel both seen and protected, as though she is sharing her story with someone who understands not just the words, but the entire emotional geography they describe. Around the circle, the other listeners settle deeper into their chairs, recognizing the particular courage it takes to speak honestly about grief and the way loss can reshape the fundamental architecture of a life. "My first morning here," Margaret continues, her librarian's training helping her find the precise words to describe experiences that resist ordinary language. "I walked out to Swinging Bridge just after sunrise and found myself surrounded by mist rising from the Merced River. Everything was grey and silver and absolutely quiet except for the sound of water moving over stones. And suddenly I could feel him there, not as a ghost or a supernatural presence, but as a quality of attention, a way of seeing beauty that he had taught me, and that I was finally ready to trust again." She looks around the circle at faces illuminated by firelight, each one carrying its own stories of loss and discovery, of moments when the world revealed hidden dimensions of meaning. I realized that the stories he had shared with me weren't gone just because he was. They have become part of the way I see the world, part of the lens through which I experience beauty and meaning. Coming here has helped me understand that grief isn't about forgetting or moving on. It's about learning to carry love in a new form, to let it transform into wisdom rather than just memory. Thomas nods with the understanding that comes from a lifetime of watching young people navigate the territories of loss and growth. The philosopher Paul Ricoeur wrote about narrative identity, the idea that we become who we are through the stories we tell about ourselves and the stories others tell about us. When someone important dies, we don't just lose a person, we lose a whole way of understanding our own story, a perspective that helped us make sense of our experience. His words carry the weight of personal knowledge as well as academic understanding. I'm facing something similar with retirement. After 45 years of teaching, I'm having to learn who I am when I'm not standing in front of a classroom, when I'm not helping students discover the power of language and literature. Coming to Yosemite has become a way of remembering that learning doesn't stop when formal education ends. It just changes form, becomes more personal and perhaps more essential. Elena, who's been listening with the intense attention that comes from understanding how personal stories connect to larger human truths, adds her voice to the growing conversation. Photography taught me something similar about time and memory, she says, her hands moving to touch the camera that rests beside her chair like a faithful companion. When I first started coming here, I thought my job was to capture moments, to freeze time and preserve it in images that would last longer than memory. She pauses to warm her hands around her mug, steam rising to catch the firelight in momentary veils that create and dissolve patterns too quick for conscious analysis. But over the years, I've realized that the most powerful photographs don't preserve moments so much as they reveal the eternal qualities that exist within temporal experience. The best images of Yosemite don't just show you what the valley looked like on a particular day. They show you something that has always been true about this place, something that connects your experience to every other person who has ever stood in these meadows and felt their sense of scale and significance shift in response to granite and sky. The mysterious figure has been listening to each personal revelation with growing intensity, their breathing becoming deeper and more rhythmic, as though they are not just hearing the stories but somehow absorbing them, adding them to some vast internal collection of human experiences. Margaret notices that the metallic sounds that accompany their movements have become more musical, more complex, as though whatever they carry is responding to the emotional resonance of the stories being shared. Sarah, the artist, pulls the blanket tighter around her shoulders as she speaks, her sculptor's sensitivity to form and space helping her articulate experiences that exist at the intersection of the physical and emotional worlds. David and I came here because we felt like our art was becoming disconnected from its sources, she says, her voice carrying the particular honesty that emerges when people realize they are among others who will understand rather than judge. We were making things that looked good in galleries and sold well to collectors, but they felt empty somehow, like beautiful containers with nothing essential inside them. David nods, his painter's eye reflecting the firelight as he adds his perspective to their shared story. The first day we hiked up to Glacier Point, we spent hours watching the light change on Half Dome, seeing how the granite seemed to glow from within. When the sun hit it at exactly the right angle, Sarah pointed out that the rock itself was doing something our art had been missing. It was being completely itself, without pretense or apology, without trying to be anything other than what millions of years of geological pressure had shaped it to become. Sarah takes up the thread of their story, her hands moving to sketch invisible forms in the air as she speaks, her body unconsciously translating in a vision into physical gesture. We realized that we'd been trying to create beauty instead of revealing the beauty that already exists, trying to impose meaning instead of discovering the meaning that's already there waiting to be uncovered. Coming here has been like remembering a language we used to speak fluently, but had somehow forgotten in the process of trying to become successful artists. Robert, who has resumed his quiet carving, looks up from the small sequoia that continues to emerge from the piece of pine in his hands, each cut revealing more of the form that seems to have been waiting within the wood all along. Working with your hands teaches you something about that kind of listening, he says, his voice carrying the measured cadence that comes from years of patient craftsmanship. Wood has its own grain, its own internal structure that you have to learn to read and respect. You can fight it, try to force it into shapes it doesn't want to hold, but the result will always be weak, unstable, likely to split or crack under stress. He holds up his carving, turning it so the firelight illuminates the intricate bark patterns he has coaxed from the pine surface, each detail a testimony to hours of careful attention to the wood's natural inclinations. The best work happens when you learn to collaborate with the material, to understand what it wants to become, and then help it achieve that form. It's the same with buildings, with furniture, with any kind of making. The most beautiful creations come from the partnership between human intention and natural possibility. The mysterious figure sets down their untouched mug and removes their gloves for the first time since the evening began, revealing hands that make everyone in the circle draw breath in quiet amazement. Their skin is not just pale, but seems to carry its own subtle luminescence, like moonlight captured in flesh, and their palms and fingers are covered with intricate patterns that look like frost formations or perhaps very ancient scars, raised lines that catch the firelight and seem to pulse with their own internal rhythm. You speak of collaboration between human consciousness and natural intelligence, the figure says, their voice carrying new depths of resonance now that their hands are uncovered, as though the patterns on their skin somehow amplify their ability to communicate across the boundaries that usually separate one form of awareness from another. This understanding is at the heart of what the old stories preserve. Knowledge of how consciousness can expand beyond the illusion of separation to participate directly in the larger intelligence that flows through all living systems. Margaret stares at those remarkable hands, recognizing in their intricate patterns something that speaks to her deepest intuitions about the nature of story and memory, about the ways knowledge can be preserved in forms that transcend ordinary language or written records. "Those marks," she says softly, "they're not scars, are they? They're something else entirely." The figure's lips curve in what might be a smile, though the expression carries undertones of sadness so vast that Margaret suddenly understands she is looking at someone who has witnessed the rise and fall of entire civilizations, who carries within their memory the accumulated joys and sorrows of countless human lives. Each line represents a story preserved, a moment of genuine connection between human consciousness and the living world captured and held against, the forgetting that time brings to all things. They are not marks of injury, but of service, evidence of a commitment to ensure that the most essential human experiences survive the changes that sweep away everything else. Outside, the storm reaches a new level of intensity, the wind howling now with voices that seem almost articulate, as though the weather itself is trying to communicate something urgent and important. The lodge responds to the increased pressure with subtle groans and settles, its wooden frame and stone foundation shifting slightly to accommodate forces that test the limits of human engineering against natural power. But inside the circle of firelight, a different kind of storm is building, not of wind and snow, but of recognition and revelation, of understanding that the evening has carried them all far beyond the simple sharing of travel stories into territory where the boundaries between ordinary and extraordinary become as permeable as the space between sleeping and waking, between memory and dream, between the stories we tell ourselves about who we are and the deeper truths that those stories both reveal and conceal. The mysterious figure raises their luminous hands, and Margaret sees that the frost-like patterns seem to move and shift in the firelight, creating new configurations that suggest meaning beyond her ability to interpret, but not beyond her capacity to recognize as somehow essential, somehow connected to everything they have shared, and everything that is still waiting to be revealed as the snow continues to fall and the night deepens around their isolated sanctuary. Dawn arrives with the peculiar stillness that follows great storms, when the world has been scrubbed clean and wrapped in silence so complete it seems to have physical weight. The wind has died completely during the final hours before sunrise, leaving behind a landscape transformed so thoroughly that it might belong to another planet entirely. Through the lodge's frost-etched windows, everything visible has been reduced to essential forms. The sharp, vertical lines of pine trunks rising from drifts that reach nearly to their lowest branches, the smooth curves of snow-covered boulders that might be sleeping animals, the distant granite walls of the valley rendered in shades of pearl and silver against a sky the colour of old pewter. Margaret wakes in her chair before the fireplace, surprised to discover that she has spent the entire night curled beneath one of the blankets the lodge staff provided, her neck stiff from sleeping in an awkward position, but her heart filled with the particular contentment that comes from shared stories and genuine human connection. Around her, the other members of their impromptu circle are stirring with similar expressions of surprise and satisfaction, as though they have all participated in something more restorative than ordinary sleep. The fires burn down to a handful of glowing coals that pulse with gentle warmth, and someone, perhaps the mysterious figure, though Margaret cannot remember seeing them move during the night, has added fresh logs that catch the embers' glow and begin to flame with soft crackles that provide a perfect soundtrack for the morning's quiet awakening. The sound reminds her of the way applause builds in a theatre when a particularly moving performance has ended, starting small and intimate before growing into something that fills the entire space with appreciation and wonder. Thomas stretches carefully in his chair, his teacher's instincts automatically cataloguing the details of this unusual morning. The quality of light filtering through snow-laden windows, the way their shared night has created a sense of temporary family among strangers, the lingering presence of mysteries that daylight has not dispelled, but somehow made more rather than less significant. "I don't think I've slept that well in years," he says softly, his voice carrying the particular warmth that comes from waking, in the company of people who have become trusted friends, through the alchemy of shared story and mutual vulnerability. Eleanor reaches for her camera with the unconscious gesture of someone for whom photography is not just profession, but primary language, her artist's eye immediately drawn to the extraordinary light that winter storms leave in their wake. The snow has stopped completely, she observes, her voice filled with the anticipation that comes when photographers recognize perfect conditions for capturing images that will reveal new truths about familiar places. The light is incredible, like the air itself has been polished to crystal clarity. She moves to the windows that face the valley's heart, her camera already in hand as she begins to frame shots that might capture something of the previous evening's magic along with the morning's pristine beauty. But as she adjusts her viewfinder and focuses on the snow-covered meadow that stretches between the lodge and the distant granite walls, her expression changes from artistic excitement to puzzled concentration. "That's odd," she murmurs, lowering the camera to look directly through the glass rather than through the lens that sometimes reveals more than the naked eye is prepared to see. There are tracks out there, leading from the lodge toward the tree line, but the snow only stopped a few hours ago, and it's at least 3 feet deep in most places. Margaret joins her at the window, followed by the others as curiosity overcomes the comfortable lethargy of their unusual awakening. The tracks Elena has spotted are unlike anything any of them has seen before, too large and oddly shaped to be human footprints, too deliberate and evenly spaced to belong to any wild animal native to the Sierra Nevada. They form a straight line from the lodge's front entrance toward a grove of ancient pines that stands at the meadow's far edge, each impression precisely placed and exactly the same depth, despite the varying consistency of the snow they traverse. "Those definitely weren't there yesterday evening," David says, his painter's eye trained to notice details that others might miss, to register changes in composition and form that signal deeper shifts in meaning. And look at how clear they are. If someone or something had made them during the storm, they would have been filled in by the blowing snow. Robert, whose carpenter's training has taught him to read the subtle signs that reveal how forces move through materials, studies the mysterious tracks with the analytical attention he usually reserves for understanding wood grain or joint stress. The depth is consistent all the way across, he observes, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to making precise measurements and drawing accurate conclusions from physical evidence. Whatever made these tracks weighs exactly the same amount at each step, and the spacing suggests a walking rhythm that's perfectly regular, more like a machine than anything organic. Sarah, her sculptor's sensitivity to form and proportion, adding another perspective to their collective investigation, points to something even more puzzling about the mysterious trail. "Look at the shape of each print," she says, tracing the outline of the nearest visible impression with her finger held against the glass. "It's not quite human, but it's not animal either. The proportions are all wrong for any creature I can identify." Margaret feels a chill that has nothing to do with the morning cold, a recognition that the previous evening's mysteries have not been resolved by daylight, but have instead taken physical form in the world beyond the lodge's protective walls. She turns to look for the mysterious figure who had captivated them all, with stories of ancient guardians and preserved memories, but their corner chair stands empty. The blanket they had used folded neatly on the seat, as though they had never been there at all. "Where did they go?" she asks, though even as the words leave her mouth she suspects she knows the answer. The mysterious figure's absence feels intentional rather than accidental, as though their departure is itself part of the story that has been unfolding since the previous evening's first shared tale around the fire. Elena, her photographer's instincts demanding documentation of anything unusual or unexplained, begins taking pictures of the track through the window, her camera clicking in rapid succession as she captures the evidence from multiple angles and focal lengths. "I want to get closer shots," she says, already moving toward the lodge's front entrance with the determination that comes when artistic curiosity overrides normal caution. The others follow her outside, stepping into air so cold and clean it seems to crystallize in their lungs, filling them with the sharp clarity that comes from breathing the atmosphere that has been scrubbed clean by wind and snow and Arctic cold. The silence is profound, not the mere absence of sound, but the presence of quiet so complete that their own heartbeats and breathing seem amplified, as though the world has been transformed into a vast cathedral, where every small noise becomes part of a larger sacred music. Up close, the tracks are even more mysterious than they appeared from inside the lodge. Each impression is approximately 18 inches long and 8 inches wide, with what appear to be toe marks at one end and heel marks at the other, but the proportions suggest a foot that belongs to no known creature. The edges are crisp and clean, as though they were made in soft sand rather than deep snow, and the bottom of each print shows a pattern of lines and curves that might be the impression of some unknown type of soul, or might be something else entirely. Thomas, drawing on his teacher's habit of turning every unusual situation into a learning opportunity, begins measuring the tracks with his pocket ruler, while Margaret counts the total number of impressions visible in the snow. "Stride length is exactly 36 inches, he reports, his voice carrying the satisfaction that comes from gathering concrete data about abstract mysteries. "That's longer than most humans would take walking through snow this deep, but not impossibly so if someone was very tall or had very long legs." 14 tracks total, Margaret adds, following the trail to its terminus at the edge of the pine grove where the prints simply end, as though whatever made them had either disappeared into thin air or taken flight among the snow-laden branches. "And they stop here without any sign of where the maker went next." Eleanor has been photographing each print individually, her camera's macro lens revealing details that escape casual observation. When she reviews the images on her camera's display screen, her expression grows increasingly puzzled and fascinated. "There's something wrong with these photos," she says, her voice carrying the particular frustration that comes when technical expertise encounters phenomena that refuse to conform to expected parameters. She holds the camera so the others can see the images she has captured, and Margaret gasps at what the electronic display reveals. In every photograph, the footprints appear to be glowing with a soft, silvery light that was completely invisible to the naked eye. More disturbing still, the snow around each impression shows patterns of frost that seem to move and shift even in the still images, creating mandala-like designs that suggest meaning beyond their ability to interpret. "The camera is picking up something we can't see directly," Helena says, her photographer's training helping her remain calm despite evidence that challenges everything she understands about the relationship between perception and documentation. Either there's some kind of electromagnetic phenomenon associated with these tracks, or She pauses, unable or unwilling to complete the thought that would take them all into territory where science becomes indistinguishable from magic. David, his artist's sensitivity to symbolic meaning finding connections that pure logic might miss, points to details in the photographs that suggest even deeper mysteries. "Look at the frost patterns around each print," he says, his voice filled with the excitement that comes when pattern recognition reveals hidden significance. They're not random. They form symbols, or at least shapes that look like they should have meaning. And they're different around each footprint, as though each step was somehow unique, carrying its own particular significance. Robert, whose craftsman's experience has taught him to trust his hands as much as his eyes when investigating unusual phenomena, kneels beside the nearest clear footprint and carefully removes his gloves. Without touching the snow itself, he holds his palms just above the mysterious impression and closes his eyes in concentration, his face taking on the focused expression he wears when trying to understand the grain in a particularly challenging piece of wood. "There's warmth here," he says after several moments of careful attention, his voice filled with surprise and wonder. Not heat exactly, but something like it, as though the snow is remembering being touched by something that carried its own internal temperature, and there's vibration too, very faint, like an echo of footsteps that haven't finished reverberating through the ground. Margaret finds herself thinking about the lodge's small library, a collection of local history books and nature guides that the management maintains for guests interested in learning more about Yosemite's natural and cultural heritage. "We should research this," she says, her librarian's instincts demanding that they approach this mystery with the same systematic attention they would give any other puzzle requiring investigation and analysis. Back inside the lodge, they gather around the small shelf of books that serves as the facility's reference collection, their wet boots and snow-dampened clothes steaming gently in the renewed warmth of the great room's fire. Margaret's professional experience helps her quickly locate the volumes most likely to contain relevant information. Field guides to Sierra Nevada wildlife, collections of Native American legends from the region, historical accounts of unusual phenomena reported by early explorers and settlers. Thomas, his teacher's training making him comfortable with collaborative research, takes charge of organizing their investigation. "Let's divide up the material," he suggests, his voice carrying the authority that comes from decades of guiding group learning experiences. "Margaret, you take the historical accounts and folklore collections. Elena, you handle the photography and documentation books. Maybe there are other accounts of unusual phenomena that only show up in certain kinds of images. Sarah and David, you take the natural history guides and see if there are any animals we might have overlooked. Robert, you work with me on the geological and meteorological texts. Maybe there's some natural explanation for what we observed." For the next hour they work in concentrated silence, broken only by occasional exclamations of discovery or requests for others to examine particularly relevant passages. The fire crackles softly beside them, and coffee appears as if by magic, brought by lodge staff who seem to understand that serious research requires proper refreshment, but who also seem to be giving their unusual congregation a wider berth than normal, as though they sense that something beyond ordinary guest services is unfolding in their establishment. Margaret is the first to find reference material that seems directly relevant to their mysterious discoveries. In a collection of Ahwahneechee oral traditions recorded by an anthropologist in the 1920s, she discovers stories that make her pulse quicken with recognition and anticipation. "Listen to this," she says, her voice carrying the excitement that comes when research reveals connections between seemingly unrelated phenomena. "In the time of deep winter, when snow covers the valley floor and the spirits of the mountains walk freely between worlds, the story keepers emerge from their hidden places to gather the tales that humans share around their fires. These beings leave no ordinary tracks, for they move between the world of form and the world of essence, but sensitive eyes may sometimes glimpse the light they carry, and their passage leaves patterns in snow and frost that those who know how to read them can interpret as messages of great importance. The passage creates a moment of silence so complete that the fire's crackling seems amplified, filling the space around them with sounds that might be ordinary combustion or might be something else entirely, some form of communication that exists just beyond the threshold of human comprehension. Everyone in their research circle understands simultaneously that they have crossed a line between skepticism and belief, between scientific investigation and participation in something that requires different kinds of understanding, different ways of knowing than their normal educational and professional training has prepared them to navigate. Elena looks up from a book about unusual photographic phenomena, her camera still hanging around her neck like a talisman connecting her to the realm of visible truth, even as they venture into territories where the relationship between seeing and believing becomes increasingly complex. There are accounts here of photographs capturing things that weren't visible to the photographers at the time they took the pictures, she says, her voice thoughtful and slightly awed. Most of them are dismissed as technical glitches or optical illusions, but some of the descriptions match exactly what I captured in my images of the tracks. Sarah and David, working together with the natural fluency that comes from years of collaborative artistic practice, have been cross-referencing animal track guides with accounts of unusual sightings in the Sierra Nevada region. There's nothing in the wildlife literature that matches what we saw, Sarah reports, her sculptor's precision making her confident in their systematic elimination of conventional explanations. The size and shape don't correspond to any known species, and the behaviour, walking in perfectly straight lines with absolutely regular spacing, isn't consistent with how any wild animal moves through deep snow. David adds his painter's perspective to their joint conclusion. But there are accounts going back to the 1800s of mysterious tracks appearing after winter storms, always in locations considered sacred by Native American tribes, always associated with reports of unusual phenomena or spiritual experiences among witnesses. Robert and Thomas, working through geological and meteorological texts with the methodical attention that their respective professions have taught them to apply to complex problems, have reached their own intriguing conclusions. There's no natural weather phenomenon that would create the kind of localized warming effect I felt around those tracks, Robert reports, his craftsman's honesty preventing him from dismissing evidence simply because it doesn't fit conventional categories. Thomas, his teacher's training helping him synthesize information from multiple sources into coherent understanding, adds the historical context that gives their discoveries broader significance. But there are references in early explorer accounts to similar phenomena, often associated with locations that later became important to the conservation movement. John Muir himself wrote about experiencing presences in wild places, about feeling that certain locations were inhabited by forms of consciousness that existed beyond normal human perception. Margaret closes the book of oral traditions and looks around at her fellow researchers, seeing in their faces the same mixture of scientific curiosity and spiritual wonder that she feels in her own heart. I think we need to accept that we've encountered something that exists outside our normal categories of understanding, she says, her librarian's respect for evidence making her willing to follow facts wherever they lead, even into territories that challenge fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality. The question is, Thomas adds, his teacher's instincts focusing on the practical implications of their discoveries, what do we do with this knowledge? How do we integrate an experience like this into our ordinary lives without losing either its essential meaning or our connection to the rational world that we still have to navigate when we leave this place? Outside, the morning sun breaks through the clouds for the first time since their arrival, sending shafts of golden light across the snow-covered meadow, where the mysterious tracks lead towards secrets that may never be fully revealed, but that have already transformed this group of strangers into something approaching a community of witnesses, bound together by shared experience of wonders that exist just beyond the borders of conventional understanding. The afternoon sun slants through the lodge's western windows, casting long rectangles of golden light across the great room's wooden floors, each beam filled with dancing motes of dust that seem to move with purposeful choreography rather than random air currents. The fire has been rebuilt to a comfortable blaze that crackles with the voices of pine and oak, creating a warm counterpoint to the crystalline cold that continues to hold the valley in its winter embrace outside the thick stone walls. Margaret and her companions have spent the morning hours absorbed in research and quiet discussion, their initial excitement at discovering the mysterious tracks gradually settling into a deeper kind of anticipation as though they are all waiting for some final piece of information that will transform their scattered discoveries into complete understanding. The books lie open around them like sleeping birds, pages marked with improvised bookmarks torn from lodge stationery, evidence of their systematic investigation into phenomena that exist at the intersection of folklore and personal experience. The mysterious figure returns as quietly as they had departed, materializing in their corner chair with such subtle presence that several minutes pass before anyone notices they have rejoined the circle. Their dark coat carries no trace of snow, despite the fact that they must have walked through drifts several feet deep to reach the lodge, and their luminous hands rest calmly on the chair arms, as though they have never moved from that position, as though the morning's absence was merely an illusion created by tired minds struggling to process experiences beyond ordinary comprehension. "You followed the tracks," the figure says, their voice carrying the same strange resonance that seems to vibrate in the lodge's very structure, though now it holds undertones of satisfaction and something that might be gratitude. "You chose investigation over dismissal, understanding over denial. This is why you were drawn here, why this particular storm created the precise conditions necessary for deeper truths to emerge from their hiding places." Eleanor, her camera still hanging around her neck like a bridge between the visible and invisible worlds, is the first to respond. "The photographs showed things we couldn't see directly," she says, her voice carrying the particular mixture of excitement and uncertainty that comes when professional expertise encounters phenomena that challenge fundamental assumptions about perception and reality. "How is that possible? What exactly did my camera capture that our eyes missed?" The mysterious figure's expression grows more solemn, and when they speak, their words carry the weight of vast experience, of knowledge accumulated across spans of time that dwarf normal human understanding. "Your device records light across a broader spectrum than organic vision can process," they explain, their tone patient as a teacher addressing eager students. "But more than that, it captures moments with perfect stillness. And in that stillness, certain forms of energy that usually move too quickly for conscious recognition become visible, frozen into patterns that reveal their essential nature. They pause, their luminous fingers moving to trace invisible patterns in the air, gestures that seem to draw meaning from the space around them, like a conductor coaxing music from silence." I am what your research materials called a story keeper, but that term encompasses more than your folklore collections can fully explain. I am a consciousness that chose service over individual existence, an awareness that accepts the responsibility of preserving human experiences that must not be lost to the forgetting that time brings to all things. Thomas, his teacher's instincts helping him navigate the space between skepticism and wonder, with the balance that comes from decades of helping young minds encounter ideas that challenge their existing understanding of the world, leans forward with careful attention. "When you say you chose service over individual existence, what exactly does that mean? Are you human, or something else entirely?" The figure's lips curve in what might be a smile, though the expression carries depths of sadness so vast that Margaret suddenly understands she is looking at someone who has witnessed the rise and fall of entire civilizations, who carries within their memory the accumulated joys and sorrows of countless human lives across spans of time that make individual mortality seem like the briefest flicker of candlelight against infinite darkness. "I was human once, in the same way that a river was once separate droplets of rain falling on distant mountains," the figure replies, their voice carrying harmonics that seem to resonate with frequencies beyond normal hearing. "But consciousness can choose transformation when it encounters purposes larger than personal survival, when it recognizes that certain kinds of service require the surrender of individual form in favor of something more enduring and more essential. They extend their luminous hands, and in the afternoon, sunlight streaming through the windows, the frost-like patterns that cover their palms and fingers seem to pulse with their own internal light, creating mandalas of meaning that shift and flow like living text written in a language older than human speech. Each mark represents a story preserved, a moment of genuine connection between human consciousness and the living world captured and held against the dissolution that eventually claims all things. They are not scars but achievements, evidence of success in the work of ensuring that the most essential human experiences survive the changes that sweep away everything else. Margaret feels her librarian's heart responding to this revelation with recognition that goes deeper than intellectual understanding. "You're a living library," she breathes, her voice filled with the awe that comes when someone discovers their life's work reflected in forms they never imagined possible. "You preserve the stories that can't be written down, the experiences that exist beyond the reach of ordinary language or conventional documentation." "Precisely," the figure confirms, their ancient eyes reflecting the firelight with warmth that seems to encompass not just the present moment, but all the other winter evenings when humans have gathered around fires to share the experiences that define their deepest understanding of what it means to be alive in a world full of mystery and wonder. "But I am not alone in this work. There are others like me scattered throughout the sacred places of the world, guardians who have chosen to serve as bridges between what was and what might be, preserving the knowledge that human civilization needs to remember if it hopes to develop wisdom along with technology, connection along with control." Sarah, her artist's sensitivity to symbolic meaning finding connections that pure logic might miss, asks the question that Margaret can see forming in everyone's mind. Why did you choose to reveal yourself to us? What makes our stories worth preserving in such an extraordinary way? The figure turns their attention to each person in the circle, their gaze touching each face with the kind of recognition that suggests they see not just present personalities, but the entire arc of each life, the struggles and triumphs and moments of grace that have shaped each individual consciousness into its current form. "You demonstrated something that has become increasingly rare in your time," they say, their words carrying the authority of someone who has spent lifetimes observing the subtle currents that connect all things. The ability to sit quietly with mystery, to listen with your hearts as well as your minds, to recognize that some truths can only be approached through story and shared experience rather than analysis and explanation. They pause, their expression growing more intense as they continue their explanation of why this particular group of strangers has been chosen to witness revelations that most humans never encounter. But more than that, each of you carries within your individual story a piece of understanding that humanity needs to remember. Margaret's knowledge of how stories preserve and transmit wisdom across generations. Thomas's understanding of how education can transform not just minds but hearts. Elena's recognition that some truth can only be captured in the space between seeing and understanding. Sarah and David's awareness that authentic creation requires partnership with forces larger than the individual will. Robert's knowledge of how human hands can work in harmony with natural materials to create beauty that serves both practical and spiritual purposes. The fire suddenly flares higher, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seem to move independently of the flames that create them, and in those shadows, Margaret glimpses shapes that might be human figures or might be something else entirely. Tall forms that seem to be watching their circle with ancient, patient eyes, as though the lodge itself has become a gathering place for consciousness that exists beyond ordinary human perception. "The stories you shared last night were not casual conversation, but something much more significant," the figure continues, their voice gaining resonance as though they are drawing power from the very act of revelation, of finally being able to speak truths that have been held in patient waiting. They were offerings of authentic human experience, moments when individual consciousness touched something eternal and was transformed by that contact. These are the stories that must survive, the experiences that contain the seeds of wisdom that your species will need to remember if it hopes to navigate the challenges that await. Robert, his craftsman's practical nature helping him focus on concrete implications, even in the midst of supernatural revelation, asks, "What challenges? What exactly are we supposed to remember, and why is it so important that these particular stories be preserved?" The mysterious figure's expression grows grave, and when they speak, their words carry the weight of prophetic knowledge, of understanding that comes from having witnessed the consequences of human choices across vast spans of time. Your civilization stands at a crossroads where it must choose between two different relationships with the living world. One path leads to increasing separation, to technologies that distance human consciousness from natural systems until your species becomes like a parasite that destroys its host through ignorance of its dependence. The other path leads to reunion, to understanding that human consciousness is not separate from natural intelligence, but part of it, capable of participating consciously in the larger patterns that maintain the health and beauty of the world. They pause, their luminous hands moving to gesture toward the windows where the snow-covered valley stretches toward granite walls that have stood for millions of years, testament to the kind of patient endurance that comes from alignment with forces larger than individual will. The stories you carry of finding healing in wild places, of learning to collaborate with natural materials, of discovering that true art reveals rather than creates beauty, of understanding that authentic education transforms both teacher and student. These are the seeds of the wisdom your species needs to choose the path of reunion rather than separation. Margaret finds herself thinking about all the visitors who have come to her library over the years, searching for books that would help them understand their place in the world, seeking stories that would give meaning to experiences that seem too large or too strange for ordinary explanation. How many of these story keepers exist, she asks. How many places like Yosemite hold guardians who preserve this kind of knowledge? Every place that humans recognize as sacred contains at least one consciousness devoted to this work, the figure replies, their voice carrying the satisfaction of someone describing a vast network of connection and purpose that extends far beyond what any individual mind can fully comprehend. Mount Fuji and the Grand Canyon, the Amazon rainforest and the Northern Lights, the great temples and the hidden groves, all hold guardians who preserve the stories of genuine human connection with the forces that created and maintain the world. Elena, her photographer's eye trained to notice details that others might miss, has been studying the shadows that continue to dance on the walls around them with movement that seems independent of any natural cause. Are they here now? She asks softly. The other guardians you mentioned, are they present in some way we can't fully perceive? The figure nods slowly, their ancient eyes reflecting not just the fire's light, but something deeper, some form of illumination that comes from connection to sources of knowledge that exist beyond individual consciousness. This gathering has created conditions that allow multiple forms of awareness to converge, they confirm. Your willingness to listen with open hearts has opened doorways that are usually sealed, created bridges between worlds that normally remain separate. As if responding to these words, the temperature in the great room shifts subtly, becoming not colder, but somehow more alive, charged with presence that makes the air itself seem to shimmer with invisible activity. The fire burns brighter without additional fuel, and the shadows on the walls resolve into more clearly defined shapes, figures that seem to be watching their circle with expressions of approval and ancient wisdom, guardians from other sacred places who have been drawn by the success of this revelation, this moment when human consciousness opens to receive truths that have been patiently waiting for exactly the right circumstances to emerge from their hiding places. The mysterious figure rises from their chair with fluid grace that seems to defy ordinary physical limitations, and as they stand, their form becomes somehow more substantial and more ethereal simultaneously, as though they are becoming more fully themselves through the act of complete revelation. You have been chosen to carry these stories back into your ordinary lives, they say, their voices now carrying harmonies that seem to resonate with the very stones of the lodge's foundation, not to convince others through argument or evidence, but to live in such a way that the wisdom you have received here continues to grow and spread, through example, through the quality of attention you bring to your daily encounters with the world and with each other. Margaret looks around the circle at her fellow witnesses, seeing in their faces the same mixture of humility and responsibility that she feels in her own heart. They have become carriers of something precious and essential, entrusted with knowledge that could help their entire species remember how to live in partnership with rather than opposition to the forces that created and sustain all life on Earth. The second dawn arrives with a quality of light unlike anything any of them has ever witnessed, as though the sun itself has been transformed by the previous evening's revelations into something more essential, more directly connected to the source of all illumination. Through the lodge's frost-etched windows, the snow-covered valley glows with an inner radiance that seems to emanate from beneath the surface of the white landscape, as though the earth itself is reflecting back the starlight it absorbed during the long winter night. Each pine needle carries its burden of snow like a crystal prism, breaking the morning light into countless tiny rainbows that dance and shimmer with every breath of wind that moves through the valley's ancient cathedral of stone and wood. Margaret wakes in her chair before the fireplace for the second time, but this morning she feels fundamentally different, as though something essential in her consciousness has been rearranged during the night, realigned to resonate with frequencies she had never noticed before, but that now seem as natural and necessary as her own heartbeat. The fire has burned down to a bed of glowing coals that pulse with gentle warmth, and she realizes that someone, the storykeeper, though she cannot remember seeing them move, has tended it throughout the night, maintaining the perfect temperature for rest, without ever allowing the flames to grow so bright as to disturb the deep restorative sleep that has embraced them all like a blessing. Around her, the other members of their transformed circle are stirring, with expressions of profound peace and satisfaction, as though they have all participated in something more healing than ordinary rest, more meaningful than simple companionship. The shadows on the walls that had seemed populated with watching presences the night before now appear perfectly normal, though Margaret carries within her heart the certain knowledge that those other guardians remain present in ways that transcend visual perception, that the network of consciousness dedicated to preserving essential human wisdom extends far beyond what any individual mind can fully grasp. Thomas stretches carefully in his chair, his movements carrying the fluid grace of someone who has rediscovered the natural rhythm of his own body after years of tension he didn't realize he had been carrying. His eyes hold a quality of clarity and purpose that wasn't there 2 days ago, as though his retirement has been transformed from an ending into a beginning, a graduation into forms of service that will draw on everything he has learned while opening him to wisdom he has yet to discover. "I know what I'm supposed to do now," he says softly, his voice carrying the quiet confidence of someone who has found his true calling after years of faithful preparation. Not the specific details, but the direction. I'm meant to create spaces where people can encounter stories that change them, where the kind of listening that happened here can happen again and again in ordinary places, with ordinary people who are ready for extraordinary experiences. Elena rises from her chair with the smooth efficiency of someone whose relationship with her own equipment and expertise has been fundamentally transformed, her camera hanging around her neck not as a tool for capturing reality, but as an instrument for revealing the hidden dimensions of beauty that exist within every moment, for those who learn to see with eyes that have been open to wonder. She moves to the windows that face the valley's heart, and Margaret notices that her photographer's stance has changed, becoming more patient and receptive, less focused on acquiring images and more attuned to receiving the gifts of light and shadow that the natural world offers to consciousness that approaches it with proper reverence. "The photographs I took yesterday," Elena says, reviewing the images on her camera's display screen with the satisfaction of someone who has discovered new possibilities within familiar territory. "They're going to help people understand that there's more to the world than what we normally see, not as proof of anything supernatural, but as invitations to pay closer attention, to look more carefully at the miraculous elements that exist within ordinary experience." She pauses, her artist's eye taking in the extraordinary quality of morning light that transforms the snow-covered landscape into something that belongs simultaneously to the physical world and to the realm of dreams and visions. "I think I've been photographing beauty all these years without really understanding what beauty is. It's not something you capture, it's something you participate in, something that captures you if you're willing to surrender your need to control and possess it." Sarah and David emerge from the love seat they have shared throughout their extraordinary vigil, their movements synchronized in the way that comes when two individual consciousnesses have learned to function as aspects of a larger creative intelligence. Their faces carry the particular glow of artists who have rediscovered the source of their inspiration after a period of creative drought, who understand now that authentic art doesn't create beauty so much as it reveals the beauty that already exists at the heart of all experience, for those who learn to see with eyes unclouded by expectation and desire. We know what we need to do with our work now, Sarah says, her sculptor's hands moving to shape invisible forms in the air as she speaks, her body unconsciously translating inner vision into physical gesture. Everything we make from now on needs to be a doorway, a way of helping people remember their connection to the living world. Not preaching or teaching, just opening spaces where that connection can be felt directly. David nods, his painter's eye reflecting the extraordinary light that fills the great room with golden warmth, despite the winter cold that continues to embrace the valley beyond the lodge's protective walls. We've been thinking too small, focusing on galleries and collectors instead of the real purpose of art, which is to help consciousness recognize itself in all the forms it takes. Every painting, every sculpture should be an invitation to see the sacred within the ordinary, to remember that separation between human awareness and natural intelligence is just an illusion that causes unnecessary suffering. Robert sets down the small sequoia he has been carving throughout their time together, the wooden figure now complete in every detail, a perfect miniature that somehow captures not just the form, but the essence of those ancient giants, their patient endurance and quiet dignity, rendered in pine with tools and skill, guided by understanding that goes far deeper than mere craftsmanship. His hands, stained with wood and oil, carry the satisfaction of someone who has remembered what it means to work in partnership with materials that have their own intelligence and purpose. I'm going to start teaching, he says, his voice carrying the authority of someone who has discovered a calling he didn't know he was searching for. Not formal classes, but the kind of learning that happens when people work together with their hands, when they discover the joy of creating things that are both beautiful and useful. There's wisdom in traditional crafts that we're losing, knowledge about how human skill can honour rather than exploit the natural world. He holds up his carving, turning it so the morning light illuminates the intricate bark patterns that seem to pulse with their own internal life. Every piece of wood holds the memory of the tree it came from, the seasons it lived through, the storms it survived. When you learn to listen to that memory and work with it instead of against it, you're participating in something much larger than individual creativity. You're helping the earth express its own artistic vision through human hands. Margaret feels the changes in her own consciousness like streams of warm water flowing through places in her heart that had been frozen without her realizing it, melting barriers she'd built around her grief and her professional identity, opening her to possibilities she could never have imagined 2 days ago. Her role as a librarian has been transformed from a job into a sacred calling, her ability to connect people with exactly the stories they need revealed as a form of spiritual service that extends far beyond the simple transaction of information. I understand now why I was drawn to become a librarian, she says, her voice filled with wonder at the recognition of patterns and purposes that had been operating in her life without her conscious awareness. I'm meant to be a bridge between the stories that exist in books and the stories that people carry in their hearts, helping them find the connections that will heal their sense of separation from the larger story that includes all of us. She looks around at her fellow witnesses, seeing in their faces the same mixture of humility and excitement that she feels in her own heart. Every person who comes to my library is really searching for the same thing, a story that will help them understand their place in the world, their connection to something larger and more meaningful than individual survival. I can help them find those stories, but more than that, I can help them recognize that they are themselves part of the story, that their own experiences matter in the grand scheme of things. The story keeper, who has remained quietly present throughout their morning realizations, rises from their corner chair with the fluid grace that seems to exist outside ordinary physical limitations. In the clear light of dawn, their form appears both more solid and more ethereal than it had the previous evening, as though the process of complete revelation has allowed them to manifest more fully in the physical world, while simultaneously revealing their essential nature as consciousness that has transcended the boundaries of individual existence. You understand, they say, their voice carrying harmonies that seem to resonate with the very stones of the lodge's foundation. frequencies that make the morning light itself seem to vibrate with approval and ancient satisfaction. The gifts you've been given are not possessions, but responsibilities, not privileges, but opportunities for service. The stories you carry will change you as much as they change others, will teach you as much as you teach, and will heal you in the process of helping you become healers. They move to the great fireplace where the coals continue to glow with steady warmth, and as they extend their luminous hands toward the ember's heart, the patterns that cover their palms and fingers seem to pulse with increased brightness, as though they are drawing energy from sources that exist beyond the visible spectrum of normal perception. Each of you will find your own way of serving the larger story that includes all stories, the greater consciousness that manifests itself in every form of life and beauty and meaning that exists in the world. The story keeper turns to face their circle of witnesses, and Margaret sees in their ancient eyes a love so vast and patient that it encompasses not just their small group, but every human being who has ever gathered around fires to share the experiences that define what it means to be alive in a world full of mystery and wonder. But remember always that you are not alone in this work. The network of consciousness that preserves and transmits essential wisdom extends far beyond what any individual mind can comprehend, and you are now part of that network, connected to every other person who has chosen service over separation, understanding over ignorance. As if responding to these words, the lodge itself seems to exhale with satisfaction, its timbers settling with soft sounds of contentment, its stone foundation radiating warmth that has nothing to do with the fire and everything to do with the recognition that another successful transmission has occurred. Another group of ordinary humans has been transformed into carriers of extraordinary wisdom. Outside, the morning sun reaches the altitude where it begins to strike the granite walls of the valley directly, and the stone faces seem to glow from within, as though they are reflecting not just light, but understanding, as though the ancient mountains themselves approve of what has transpired within the lodge's protective embrace. The snow continues to sparkle with rainbow fragments that dance and shift with every breath of wind, creating a light show that exists at the intersection of physical beauty and spiritual significance. The roads will be clear now, the storykeeper says, their words carrying both practical information and deeper symbolic meaning. The storm has accomplished its purpose, creating the conditions necessary for this gathering to fulfill its potential. You will be able to return to your ordinary lives, but you will carry within your hearts the knowledge that the ordinary and the extraordinary are not separate categories, but different ways of perceiving the same underlying reality. Margaret rises from her chair with movements that feel both familiar and completely transformed, as though she's inhabiting the same body but with consciousness that has been expanded to encompass new dimensions of possibility and purpose. She looks around at her fellow travellers and sees in their faces the same recognition she feels in her own heart. They have become more than the sum of their individual selves, bound together by shared experience that will continue to influence their lives long after they have returned to separate geographical locations and distinct personal responsibilities. Elena gathers her camera equipment with the reverence of someone handling sacred objects, tools that will now serve purposes far beyond their original design specifications. Sarah and David collect their few belongings with the efficient movements of people who understand that material possessions are less important than the invisible treasures they now carry within their transformed consciousness. Robert carefully wraps his completed carving in cloth, treating it not as a simple craft project but as a physical embodiment of the wisdom he's received, a tangible reminder of the partnership between human skill and natural intelligence that will guide all his future work. Thomas moves with the purposeful energy of someone who has been given a mission perfectly suited to his abilities and temperament, his teacher's instincts already beginning to plan how he will create the kinds of learning environments where genuine transformation can occur. Margaret packs her notebook with the satisfaction of someone who has filled it not just with information, but with the seeds of understanding that will continue to grow and develop long after the words themselves have been forgotten. As they prepare to leave, the storykeeper approaches each person individually, offering gifts that exist beyond physical form, but that manifest as subtle changes in the quality of light that surrounds each recipient. To Margaret, they give an enhancement of her natural ability to recognise which stories will speak most directly to each person's deepest needs. To Thomas, they offer the wisdom to create learning spaces where mystery can be encountered safely, where students can discover their own capacity for transformation. To Elena, they grant the ability to capture in her photographs not just visual beauty, but the emotional essence of places and moments, images that will help others remember their connection to the sacred dimensions of ordinary experience. For Sarah and David, the gifts come as a shared blessing, an intensification of their collaborative creative process that will allow them to produce art that serves as genuine doorways between the everyday world and the realm of transcendent beauty. Robert receives the knowledge to teach others not just the techniques of traditional craftsmanship, but the spiritual principles that transform work into worship, that make every act of creation into an opportunity for communion with the intelligence that moves through all living systems. Remember, the storykeeper says as they stand together in the great room that has served as the container for their extraordinary encounter, the most important stories are not the ones you tell, but the ones you live. Your example, the quality of attention you bring to your daily interactions with the world and with each other, will teach more powerfully than any words you could ever speak. They move toward the lodge's entrance, and Margaret notices that the mysterious figure's footsteps leave no marks on the wooden floors, as though they are walking between worlds rather than simply moving through physical space. At the threshold, they pause and turn back one final time, their ancient eyes holding each person's gaze with the intensity of blessing and farewell, combined into a single moment of perfect recognition and love. The valley will remember you, they say, their voice now seeming to come from the stone walls and wooden beams themselves rather than from any individual source. And when you remember the valley, when you carry its lessons into your daily lives, you will understand that this gathering was not an ending but a beginning, not a conclusion, but a commencement into ways of being and serving that you could never have imagined before you learned to listen, with hearts opened by wonder and transformed by love. The storykeeper steps through the entrance and immediately begins to fade, not disappearing, but becoming gradually more transparent until they seem to be made of morning mist and golden light, still present, but no longer contained within the boundaries of ordinary physical form. Their final words reach the group as whispers carried on wind that seems to blow from directions that exist beyond the normal compass of human geography. Go well, story carriers. The world is waiting for the gifts you have been given. The earth itself will help you remember who you have become. Margaret and her companions stand together in the doorway, watching as the last traces of the storykeeper's presence dissolve into the extraordinary light that continues to fill the valley with radiance that seems to pulse in rhythm with their own heartbeats. The lodge staff appear as if summoned by some invisible signal, their faces carrying knowing smiles that suggest they have witnessed similar transformations before, that the facility serves purposes far beyond providing ordinary hospitality to ordinary travellers. As they gather their belongings and prepare for departure, each person carries within their heart the certain knowledge that they will return to this place, not necessarily in physical form, but in the quality of attention and reverence they will bring to every subsequent encounter with beauty and mystery. They have become part of Yosemite's continuing story, and Yosemite has become part of theirs, a relationship that will deepen and develop throughout the rest of their lives as they learn to embody the wisdom they have received. The roads are indeed clear, the snow ploughed into neat margins that frame pathways leading back toward the ordinary world of schedules and responsibilities and practical concerns. But as they drive away from the lodge, each person understands that they are not really leaving the sacred space behind, but carrying it with them, transformed from a geographical location into a quality of consciousness that will influence everything they do from this moment forward. In her rearview mirror, Margaret catches one final glimpse of the lodge settling back into its normal operation, ready to welcome the next group of travellers who arrive carrying questions they don't yet know how to ask, and hearts prepared to receive answers that will change their lives in ways they cannot yet imagine. The building seems to smile in the morning light, its windows reflecting the glory of the snow-covered valley, with the satisfaction of a place that knows its purpose and fulfills it with quiet perfection, season after season, story after story, transformation after precious transformation. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the shimmering lights of Singapore, the ancient calm of Jerusalem, the starry nights of Buenos Aires, or the sea-kissed shores of Malta? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the silence embrace you. Let your dreams flow free. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.